it's all yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, the advantage of speaking to an erudite audience, an erudite panel, is that I can afford to just stay silent and let them speak. Yesterday, starting off from the first session, where we talked about the partnership of the ports, went on to the issues about digital and cyber issues, capping up with a roundup by the Prime Minister talking about how the port sector and the maritime sector in India is poised for an what I would call an exponential growth. In fact, yesterday the Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Anand Tangeshwaran, had said that India is rapidly coming to a position where it's an inescapable part of the center stage of the world economy. I can think of no better sector which demonstrates that aphorism so well than the maritime sector. And a key part of that dialogue is the partnerships that we create, which has been such a major part of India's development journey and which we so cherish. But more than this, I don't want to speak about right now. Today, we start off this session on shipbuilding, the key part of any maritime strategy. And why it's key, how it is key. Instead of me saying, let me invite my panel and let me introduce them right now. Mr. Anil Devli, CEO, Indian National Shipowners Association, and with some of the very good wisecracks about how the shipping industry needs and can be developed. Mr. Pradeep Thakur, the Director General's Shipping, who actually is the regulatory position to understand what the shipping sector needs. They've been shepherding the sector for so long with the workman's interests, with the shipowner's interests, with the regulatory interests. So we'll have lots to hear from him too. The man on the ground, Chairman of the Kandla Port Authority, Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh. This is India's most exciting government-led port development, but shipping is what they are looking at, shipbuilding, which is an arm that they have not shown up so far, and we get to hear a lot of it today this morning. And of course, Jyotiman from Cargill, who will tell us where exactly to sort of do a reality check. So instead of me talking, let me start on first. And I think, Mr. Singh, I would like to start with you to say that when we are talking about the strategic expansion of the shipping sector, and we are talking about fostering a partnership, and we're talking about the Quad partnerships, what and which way should we be looking at the lay of the land? Over to you, sir.
So let me come directly to the point. Shipping sector or shipbuilding is one of the critical segment which is essential for security and economic development of a country. Now, this thrust on decarbonization. So directly coming to the point, this thrust on decarbonization, the IMO's what they call target of achieving net zero by 2050. Now this has created an opportunity for the countries who are trying to enter into this segment. As we all know that the leaders like China, Korea, Japan, their shipyards their capacities are already booked and more or less saturated. And the kind of orders that are expected to come in the pipeline because of this transition to the cleaner and greener, what you call ships or vessels, which are capable of running on alternative fuels. Now that creates an opportunity for a country like India to position ourselves as a player uh, which is capable of producing new technology ships, smart ships, intelligent ships, which can run on greener and cleaner fuels like methanol, green ammonia. And there is the opportunity that we are looking at. Somehow, the sector has not grown at the pace at which it should have been. But with this government, under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, as you must be aware that recently a comprehensive package of around 69,700 crores has been approved by Cabinet, and the objective of this package is to promote shipbuilding in the country, to facilitate or enable the shipbuilders to come here and invest and create facilities for shipbuilding. We know that this is a capex intensive industry requiring a lot of skilled manpower, a lot of policy support, finance support. The kind of thrust that this government is giving on this sector is very encouraging, and the sector is picking up now. As a port, we are dealing with providing services to the shipping sector or ships which call at our port. But now we are also looking at this opportunity because we have land parcels available, we have waterfront available, and we are very strategically located on this international trade lane between Rotterdam and Singapore. So we are looking at using our assets and leveraging the advantages that have been given under the new comprehensive package to create a shipbuilding facility at port and also create a fueling facility or the bunkering facility where we are having an ecosystem where the greener fuels are available at our port to fuel the ships which will be running on this corridor. As per the projections in business as usual scenario, the EXIM trade on the deep sea route is likely to increase by 45 to 145%, 45 to 115% by 2050 from 2020 baseline. This increase in the what you call trade, international trade through the sea route is bound to create a requirement for ships, requirement for vessels of different sizes, and there we are trying to enter into this opportunity and create some facility at Kandla Port, which is able to create ecosystem here or position us as one of the leading countries which can take up this activity.
When Mr. Singh says we are looking at creating some opportunities, remember Kandla plays to scale. So that will be some opportunity, capital SOME. At this stage, I would like to ask Anil, you are the ones who will be using a large part of that capacity that is being talked about. So again, when we talk about the strategic reach of the global shipping, how do you place just put us in context that where's the Indian shipping sector should be looking at in terms of the opportunities, and where are what we would be looking at in terms of our strategic advantage, which we can harness with our partners. That's the first thing that I would like to get from you.
So, thank you. Ship owning, ship operating, we are the consumer to the shipbuilding industry, right? So I often say this to Mr. Madhu Nair, who's the MD of CSL, that you and me are partners. You're the seller, I'm the buyer. And in all this, drive towards shipbuilding, which of course we believe that we will be a market to the world at large, what needs to be borne in mind is that creating a shipbuilding skill takes time, energy, and effort. We must not therefore lose sight of the fact that we also need to develop the consumer what good is Suzuki coming and setting up a car manufacturing facility in Manesar if you or me were not to buy Maruti cars? So it is exceedingly important, therefore, that the consumer grows. Currently, it is cheaper to import shipping services into India rather than using domestic services. Now, this is a travesty. And this has been the primary reason why we are looking at Indian ships carrying just about 8% of our cargo, and we paying about 60 to 65 billion dollars as freight to third countries. So it's not like we don't want others to carry the cargo, but we must work towards creating a large and a strong, robust national fleet that can carry, if nothing else, at least about 20 to 30% of India's cargo. We should also be able to export shipping as a service, not just as a goods. You know, today there's a huge push on exporting of goods, but the important part is also to export shipping services. Now, in order to do all of that, and I'm greatly enthused by what's happening today, but the time when we started talking about Indian shipping, and I must take 2 minutes to say this, that about 16 years ago, we went to the Planning Commission. It was then, Niti Aayog was then known as the Planning Commission. And the topmost person there, after I made a presentation of about 5 minutes, said, why do I need to have a car if I can have a taxi? Okay? And we were shooed away from that room. So it is important for us to remember that a taxi will not be available to you when it's pouring and raining in Mumbai. You need to have a car, you need to have your own car and driver around with you. There can be times when you can take an Uber. So having said that, therefore, I believe what is important is to make Indian shipping competitive, have long-term visibility of cargo. All of this must match this whole effort to create shipbuilding. It is, if I know that Dritman is going to have movement of, let us say, soda ash for the next 3 years, and he comes and tells me, Anil, I have this movement, I'm Cargill, I can trade worldwide. I will take your vessel for the next 5 years. Boom, I will go to Cochin Shipyard and say, I need a 50,000 tonner, or I need a Panamax bulk carrier or a Suezmax bulk carrier. And I will then go to, I can see a friend of mine who's now running Hudco, which is now a financing organization. So I'll go to them and say, why don't you finance me? So you have a cargo interest, you have the financer, you have the ship owner, and then you have the builder. And there you get the complete system in order. This is what must happen along with this, because if we, so please don't mistake me, it's not like I'm saying shipbuilding is not important, but if our shipbuilding industry, we want to become a power, we need to be able to get to that whole cycle rather than just looking at one component. I think I will stop at that for now.
That's a very interesting thinking. Also, I particularly am not a great favorite of these examples. That good thing that you talked about the car thing, because often our policy making has got stuck in bringing in comparisons which are not exactly appropriate. A car and a taxi comparison works well. It doesn't describe the complexity of the shipping industry, and I think that's a point very well made. Our surprise package this morning will be Mr. Harnath. He's got slightly delayed. Chairman Paradeep Port Trust is, I'm assured that he'll be joining us very soon. But before he comes along, Jitipan, from the point of view of you handle government relations, you know where the penny pinches. I want to know, I mean, there's one of the issues that we discussed yesterday, was some of the ways our ports are developing automation and technology. And Mr. Singh pointed about the technology-laced development of shipping, which should be our cutting edge. Where should we be looking at? Should we be pushing into the new technology, or should we be reinventing the wheel? Because this is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a horizon of at least 15 to 20 years before we even talk of breaking even, forget about profits. So putting on that hat, where do you think innovation in this sector we should be looking at? Because what the decisions that we make, the suggestions that we make will be guiding this sector for not just years, but decades. So over to you.
Thanks, Shubhamay, for that question. Kargil sits at a very vantage point where on one side we have the shipbuilders, and on the other side we have the consumers who are the actual, who book the ships, who are actually ferrying the goods from, let's say, Japan to US and China to India, etc. So Kargil is the world's largest fleet carrier. On any given day, we have about 700 ships on the water. We have more than 200 Supramax, 200 Panamax. Now, what is happening is that, we make more than 13,000 port calls in a year. We are using a huge amount of fuel, okay? There's a data point which says that we use, just us, about 300 metric tons of fuel in a year for our operations. So that's about equivalent about 1.5 to $2 billion, depending upon where the oil prices lie. Now, that's a bill for a small country, right? Now, while we have this cost leadership challenge on one side, on the other side, there are regulatory framework, which is also driving consumers to ask for more sustainable shipping, okay? And I think technology is the bridge between the regulatory framework and having cost leadership somewhere. And what we are seeing is, this is not in the context of Quad, and we are sitting today in India, and hopefully we'll have the FTA with EU very soon. So we are also talking about the IMEC part of the global trade. We need to have the whole shipping ecosystem which is green. And this is then passed on to the actual end consumer, as you and me, end consumer on the shelf, when they pick up the goods tomorrow from let's say a Walmart or a Reliance store in India, they can see that their product was less carbon intensive. I think the consumer taste is going towards that. So we need to be aware where this thing is getting driven from. So we do not, in a way, have a choice but to become green. And you asked about the way forward. I think the new technologies which we have started to experiment are very, very promising. So we actually did a pilot with wind energy called Wind Wings with Mitsubishi, and we actually installed this system in one of our ships. We have seen 30% drop in energy consumption. We have done this in China. We are also trying to put in 5 ships which are driven by menthol. So we are trying to figure out the new technologies. So it is an imperative. It is not a choice that we can make anymore.
Well, with that, setting off the ground, I think, Pradeep, you would need to tell us, as from the regulatory point of view, where do we stand? And I will take you not just the automation issue, but also the innovation about our workforce. There's an issue that we often don't want to talk about, or rather we get embarrassed, skilling. All of these issues because shipbuilding is often called the mother of all heavy industry. When we are not taking this exercise and we are putting in solid amount of money, the government has already made it clear what it thinks about. 70,000 crore is a very big pot of money that has been put in. With that sort of a thought, where do you think we should be, stacking our choices, which ways we should be going in? And I'll talk the partnerships later, but first, just the stacking of choices. So, over to you.
Thank you so much, first of all, for the opportunity given to us to speaking in this audience. I am Pradeep Sudhagar. I am the Chief Ship Surveyor with the DJ Shipping. And we are hearing a lot of initiatives which is taken by the government of India to enhance the shipbuilding in the country. Actually, with the new system, we have 4 pillars basically. The first one, we call it as the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme. I will slightly detail, and the second pillar we call it as the Maritime Development Fund. The third one is this Shipbuilding Development Scheme, and also the fourth one is the policy reform. So we intend to improve the current system with this using these 4 pillars. So if you say about the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme, we have an allocation of around 24.74 crores of Indian rupees, with which we have introduced, we have categorized the vessels as a small ship and the large ship, and the guidelines are being detailed out, around 15% for the small ship and 25% for the large ship, and even if the building is done with green ships and all, then it is still more. So we try to, I should not say incentivize, but it is a sort of assistance and to promote the shipbuilding of this country. We also have a scheme of, if you scrap the vessel in India, around 40% of the scrap money is given to the seller of the ship. Means the current, if the owner of the old ship, he is getting 40% as the credit note. So that credit note also, if he builds a ship, he can utilize that credit note equivalent as the money. So that is the biggest advantage, and we are also we are also making it open so that even the foreign ship owners can also scrap the ships in India. So we are actually supporting the recycling industry as well as the shipbuilding industry. The other one is, but there is one condition. If we call it as Atmanirbhar, that means indigenization of these equipments. So at least 40% of the total cost of the shipbuilding project has to be indigenized. That includes labor also. So shipbuilding financial assistance is like that. So today is the last stakeholders meeting, which we will be doing it at our end. And probably tomorrow we will be passing off the draft to the ministry. So that is where we stand on this SPFA. It is going on very fast. And since the cabinet has already approved it, it is already effective. And the second one is this Maritime Development Fund, which offers a lot of soft loan to support the industry. And the third one is this Shipbuilding Development Scheme, where we have the greenfield, brownfield expansion. So the government is financing the greenfield initiatives of the investors and the existing shipyards, the brownfield, and also the skill development. We have a unit called as ITDC, which is located in Vaishak. It's already opened up. So there we also have a sort of skill development program. So we feel that there will be a big dearth of the skilled manpower, because skilled manpower is the basis of everything. So we have also identified that, and the Indian Maritime University is assigned to handle that. They are coming up with a sort of curriculum as far as the training part is concerned. It is not the training as seafarers, but it is a training to be given to the people who are working in the shipyards. And the fourth and the last one is this policy reforms, which you all know that we have some backward pulling policies, but of course these are all getting refined in the war footing. And things are being changed. So we expect that we have to reach our goal set is by 2030 we should be within the 10 top shipbuilding nations, and 2047 by the Amrit Kal we should be in the top 5 shipbuilding nations. So that is our aim, and the government has done everything, or I will say they have done a lot of things to achieve this goal. So that is where we are standing.
Well, the government has done everything, but I suppose the government will be asked to do even more if our shipbuilding aspirations have to really come along. Mr. Harnath, before you came in, we were talking about which are the places in India where we can think of shipbuilding as potential places. I mean, we have Cochin shipyards, which is doing an excellent job, but we need to really improve the menu, as Anil was talking about, that in terms of the aspirations that he's talking, Mr. Pradeep was also talking about reaching goals by 2030 and 2047. Paradip Port, it is, I mean, our three bright jewels in the port sector, Paradip, Kandla, and now Vadavan, hopefully. How do you see on the eastern coastline, if we are talking of shipbuilding, are your first thoughts in terms of what should be attempted? Particularly, one issue that I want to look at is if we are going to go in for partnerships, what sort of partnerships we should be looking at what stage? Should it be at the initial, just at the stage of conception, which means the PPP's model, or do we, at the subsequent stages that the landlord has already built a facility and then brought in partners, or should it be even some other way? So the flow is.
Thank you. First of all, my apologies for joining little late. I have not heard the previous discussions had here, but if you give a general picture of that, so India has a very long coastline, more than 11,000 kilometers of coastline, and there is a huge potential for growth of the maritime sector. Today, the total cargo handled at all the ports in India is about 1.6 billion tons. It is expected to grow to 2.7 billion tons by 2030 and almost 7 to 7.5 billion tons by 2047. The growth is clearly visible in 3-4 sectors. One is the coastal shipping, because we have a long coastline and there is a need to transport cargo from one part to other. The coastal is the one way of cheaper way as well as the environmental friendly way. And second thing is, and containerization is growing in a big way in India now. The container vessels, LNG, tanker vessels, these are the areas where the order books are expected to grow exponentially in future. As today itself in 23-24, the order book of Indian vessels is about 410 vessels amounting to 6 lakhs gross tonnage. We don't have even that as on date to build in India. I think ours is a 0.1 million gross tonnage we have at present. So only 15 to 16% of the ships which are owned in India, flagged in India, are being built in India now as on date. So this we can understand the potential of the sector. A huge, massive, unimaginable potential is there. Having realized this potential, and I am from state of Orissa, and Paradip Port is located in Orissa. We have planned in a big way to wanted to have a big shipbuilding cluster in and around Paradip, but we don't have land to have that, and we had discussions with the government of Orissa, and government of Orissa and Paradip Port have decided to form an SPV with 50% equity. The process is on and the SPV formation is already started. So Mahanadi river flows from west to east and joins Bay of Bengal, and we are located, Paradip is located south of Mahanadi, and north of Mahanadi a district called Kendrapara is there, where large tracts of land is barren today and most of it are government lands, fortunately. And we have identified about 2,000 acres of land there. 90% is government land, 10% only needs to be acquired. And we plan to develop a shipbuilding center in that, and already DPR is almost ready, and it is to be approved by the ministry as well as the state government. We are in advanced stage also in this. We want to develop the shipbuilding in 1,000 acres and a 1.6 million GTPA, and which can develop about 18 Cape vessels, which can construct the Cape vessels. Such kind of facility we want to develop there, and along with the ship repair also. And another 1,000 acres adjacent to this 1,000 acres, we want to keep for ancillarization. And as you know that the ancillary industries grow at 1.8x and the huge employment potential is there. As you know, the employment, shipbuilding has an employment multiplier of about 6.4x. That means if 100 jobs are produced by the core industry, and about 640 jobs can be developed from the adjacent ancillary industries. Considering the huge employment potential, the requirement of provision of employment to the local youth, MSMEs, startups, because as you said, this is the mother of all industries. A lot of industries can be developed. Those 1,000 acres of area we want to keep for this ancillarization to happen. And our entire cost of this is about 24,700 crores. The entire total cost as per the current estimates, the DPR cost is coming up, out of which about 7,000 to 8,000 crores will be borne by, including the capital dredging, because it is slightly located in the confluence, slightly inside in the river. We will be dredging up to 12-meter draft total entire river also, so that the bigger vessels which are constructed can be sailed back. So this is our plan, and we want to develop, and I want to add also, the government of Orissa already has decided that shipbuilding will be considered as a priority area. So that means, what does it mean? If it is a shipbuilding is a priority area, 30% capital subsidy is provided by the state government. So these are huge benefits are there for the shipbuilders to come and visit Orissa. I request some of the people who are interested to come to Paradeep. We will coordinate with the state government. We will ensure that a meeting happens, and we are very in advanced stage. Maybe in 1 or 2 months, we will complete our SPV formation, and then we will come to the expression of interest stage. Thank you.
Those are exactly the sort of things that this audience was very happy to hear, because they want to hear the nuts and bolts of what is actually going to what is going to be developed. I'll turn at this point to Mr. Sushil Singh, and to say that in terms of the technology, the innovation that needs to be done, you already talked about the green, but in terms of the other aspects of shipping, the advanced propulsion systems, the sort of engineering that needs to be built in, what are your thoughts on how these should be looked at, and what are the ways coming in? I must also say that Mr. Singh actually has an engineering background. He's from the railways, where he's worked on some very major railway modernization projects in India. So
before we come to this technology part of it, I'd just like to share my experience at Kandla Port when we tried to venture into this sector of shipbuilding. Being a port, this is a new sector for us. And we wanted to move fast. Now, the current regulations require that any project exceeding 100 crores under EPC or 1,000, or if in a PPP, any amount, even a small project has to go through the process of approvals and appraisals by the interministerial, committees. So we wanted to move fast, so we structured a project to leverage our assets within our own powers. So port had land, port had waterfront. So we tried to earmark 6,000 acres of land, because that power is with the board of the port. They can give it to the industry to create an infrastructure, shipbuilding or bunkering or any technology park kind of a thing. So there we identified 6,000 acres, and we structured a project with the consultant which had a shipbuilding yard, a fisheries harbor, a marina, a township, and a land allocated for ancillary units. And we went to we tested the market. We floated what you call expression of interest and tender. The idea didn't get traction in the market. So the shipbuilders, the kind of interest that we were expecting from the shipbuilders, and it was a global, what you call, offer. So we were looking at some of the established shipbuilding companies to use this opportunity to come to India. Because we have skilled manpower, we are giving land and waterfront, and we are ready to support the industry with a plug-and-play kind of infrastructure to develop the land, to provide power, to provide water, and all those things. But then it didn't work. Now, when we tried to analyze this, why it didn't work, then we found that there are 2 or 3 reasons. One is that they wanted more clarity on the policy. So, where all government is going to support them, number one. Number two, the apprehension, and it's the fact that when you start manufacturing here in India in the current ecosystem, the shipbuilding is going to be costlier than the builds that are being done in Korea, Japan, China. Because most of the components that go into the shipbuilding, starting from steel to engine to propeller to propulsion system, they are all imported now. So the kind of custom duties, the taxation, so they'll all add up to the cost, and that cost differential was a demotivator to them. So we had to drop that particular exercise. Now again, with this new policy in place, this comprehensive package in place, which has been recently approved by the cabinet, we are trying to restructure the project. And now we have changed our strategy. We have discussed this as a Kandla Port organization. We have taken it up with the Niti Aayog. And we are now trying to structure it in a way like we have been doing it for the port terminals on a landlord basis. When I say landlord, we want to now take the first step, invest money, because as a port we have funds, and we will be seeking some funds from the government also. So we create the infrastructure, we select a kind of product that we are going to manufacture, and that will be based on the due diligence done by a consultant. For example, the first project that I spoke about, it was targeting a VLCC kind of a vessel, so very large crude carriers kind of a vessel, which was, it seemed the demand from the oil marketing companies. So that was the product that we had targeted. Now this time, we are looking at the LR and MR tankers kind of a product, and then we will be investing money to create the yards and the facilities. And once these facilities are created, with all the regulatory clearances and all what you call supporting infrastructure, then we open it up and offer it to the technology players, the shipbuilders, to come here and use that facility to set up the shipbuilding yard. Now, in that process, the skilling, the technology transfer, the skills that are the engineering skills, and then the development of the ancillary components, the propulsion, the gearboxes, the steel. So all those things will then be taken up simultaneously, but the first step is to now to be taken by the port. So that is the idea that we are working on. As far as the technology is concerned, we have to scout for the technologies, the best energy efficient technologies which are coming up, because decarbonization is the thing which is going to come. So nobody can, has been a setback in terms of net zero framework when we extended it by 1 year, but then all said and done, lot of investment has already gone into it across the world. So now it is going to come, and this is the time, this is the opportunity, then we start working on it. So the technologies which are energy efficient, as Mr. Dhriman spoke about the wind-assisted propulsion, the technology, the smarter technologies, the technologies which are able to work on cleaner fuels, the fuel cell, the hydrogen, ammonia, methanol. So all the technologies which can reduce the carbon footprint or the carbon intensity of the propulsion of a ship. So that should be taken into account. The optimization of the hulls, the new, what you call, the design of propellers which can work with a lesser amount of energy and propel. So all those things, and also the IT part of it, the digital part of it, which helps in voyage optimization, which helps in weather routing, which helps in slow steaming, so predictive analytics. So all those things are being done across the world, and we have to look for the good technologies, the best technologies, and adopt it here. So that is the kind of ecosystem that we are looking at.
And this is the right platform to actually go around looking for that technology. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that by the time the next IMI comes along in 2 years, unlike the past times, what you'll be seeing is the same gentleman talking about the next steps that they're already taking. The issues that are being flagged now at the speed at which Pradeep was talking about is being taken for clearance to the government. These would be
Japan, you have Australia, United States and then India. And let's look at how you can strike a partnership very practically. India imports huge amount of coal. Australia produces a lot of coal. NTPC in India is the primary canalizing agency or the buying company that buys coal. So clearly you can build these partnerships within the Quad where you have the cargo coming in from Australia. If you create a long-term visibility of that coal and NTPC starts floating tenders, just like what IOC, BPCL and HPCL did, which Mr. Singh was just now alluding to, you now have a demand that is generated. Against the back of that demand, you can go and talk to the Koreans or to the Japanese also. While a lot of yards in India seem to be talking to the Koreans, I have no information about whether we are talking to the Japanese. But you know, practically I'll tell you as a ship owner, a vessel which is even today built in Japan will get you at least 12 to 13% premium on charter hires today, just because of the way that they are built. So I think partnerships with Japanese ship owning companies are exceedingly important. They also have a huge set of ancillary industries in Japan. We must not just look at the shipyards in Korea, etc. One must also look at getting the smaller ancillary guys to come in and invest here. We can't expect that we are going to be able to do everything. So I believe one of the most important things is, for example, I think about 2 months ago, the United States government president said that he wants to also build ships in India, in the US, sorry. So the point is then he's got Korea to go and invest some 3 billion or declare they bought some yard and etc. Leave aside the geopolitics of all of that. But you can't expect that Korea is going to also then invest in India. This is how I look at it from a very practical point of view. So therefore, can we look at Japan? And we don't need to build everything, and US also does not need to build everything. There's enough business. So if we can decide that we will divide the market, let United States and the Korea partnership build these large, very large gas carriers, VLCCs, etc., complex vessels, let's build it. What do we need here in India? We need simple container ships which are actually just boxes with slabs. You know, just imagine, I'm not oversimplifying it. That is what container ships, that is what bulk carriers are all about. We are trying to go in and saying, I'm going to build one tanker, I'm going to build one gas carrier, whereas we have a dearth of ships to carry out dry bulk cargo. For example, we import huge amount of urea fertilizer comes in from earlier from Ukraine and Russia, now comes in from Oman and Turkey, etc. All of that is cargo that needs to be carried. So the point I'm making is that extremely important to work out these partnerships. Now that is on the cargo. I'll also touch on the people partnerships. One of the things that we keep talking about is the huge employment generation that shipbuilding will do. But I have a slightly different point of view on that. We did a recent visit to a yard in China, and when you walk through the yard, you felt, so we asked, is there a holiday, a local holiday today? And you find that the number of people in the yard has dramatically reduced. Why? Because they are now using a lot of robotics and mechanical designs or implements to get the ship design and the hull in place. That is the most important thing. Welding is being done automatically. When we came in with our mobile phones, a lot of you may remember we came in with GSM, whereas one of the most advanced countries in the world was still using CDMA, right? So I would urge that we must use this partnership to borrow from Japan, borrow from the Koreans, etc. The newest technology of building ships. Yes, employment is important, but then it creates employment in software, it creates employment in design. So there are alternative employment. So I think partnerships must be created on all of these levels so that we as a nation can benefit out of what these guys have already done, what they have learned, where they have stumbled, so that we don't fall back on all of these issues and we are able to move as quickly as we can. Today we provide the cheapest cost of telephony. Right? So we did this because whoever at that time was sitting in the telecom ministry, some fellow thought of this as the right, it takes the newest and the best. So I would say we need to do that so that these partnerships are able to benefit us as a nation, economy and our Quad partners, and at the same point in time create these dual use ships. China came up with this whole thought about these dual use ships. We are not thinking of dual use ships. Our ships must now start getting dual use so that on the day we are at peace, we are a merchant fleet. At the time when we are at war, we are an auxiliary fleet to our navy.
Dual use tells me about a lot of practicalities and applications which we shall take off the during the recess. But Jitman, yeah, one of the issues that we had talked about in shipbuilding, not just this session, I mean we actually hadn't touched it here and that's why I want to bring you in. Yesterday there was a lot of discussion about ports being built which are frankly not economic but strategic assets, military assets, and we know where that incentive is coming from. You ship so much of commodities. India is getting into shipbuilding. Japan is already there. Can we or would multinational companies like yours make a choice of shippers, shipbuilders, in terms of certain shared values, in terms of certain ideas and ideals? When we are talking about, for instance, free and open India in the Pacific, do these resonate with your decisions and policies?
Sure. So, Shubham, being a global ship fleet, we are always conscious of where the sanctions lie, and we have to always try and figure out if hopefully we are not going against international law. And I think what Anil said in the first question as SaaS, shipping as a service, I think that's a wonderful concept. And if you tie that in with friendshoring concept, I think we are looking at a very important level of partnership. I'd like to share a best practice that EU does. And how did we actually end up investing in the wind energy part of our ships? This is actually through a EU grant called the 2020 Horizon. This is a supercluster approach kind of thing where they give a grant to the private sector, to a government body and possibly an academia, put them together and get them to formulate a solution for a problem. Now, this is probably one of the ways you can say this is a hackathon or something like that. So a challenge is given and the grant is given. And when the academia, the R&D research unit, the cutting edge shipbuilders and the end consumers like us come together, we kind of then figured out which is the best solution, and then we are able to implement it without any constraint of funding, etc. or policy. So probably we can look at something like that where we are able to bring in the best shipbuilders and technologies from Japan, Korea, etc. Use India like Kandla as the base port, and then come together and create opportunities to co-develop, co-produce, and then take the leap of technology.
initiatives they have taken, they are actually ground-breaking initiatives for development of the shipping clusters, shipbuilding clusters, or regional clusters. So now what happened is there are 5, 6 maritime states are competing very seriously. So Orissa, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Maharashtra, these 5 states are very, very serious in competing. So when there is a competition naturally, so each government will try to give a better and better initiatives to attract the shipbuilding clusters. But now the governments have realized that the shipbuilding potential that India has, the kind of impact it is going to have on the economic development of country at large as well as the state at specific. So that's why this a competition is a good thing. So whoever is coming to India, they will be able to give different opportunities and options for them to invest. And I'll just want to add it, and to develop the shipbuilding cluster in India. In fact, government of India is now developing a national shipbuilding mission is going to be established for the first time. Shipbuilding financial assistance scheme, which has been extended for 10 years. So in this particular thing, a national shipbuilding mission is going to be established to oversee the implementation of all the initiatives that has been planned by the government. It's a beautiful thing, really. And another thing is to improve the technology also. So Indian Shipping Technology Center is being done under the Shipbuilding Development Scheme at IMU. So this will promote the technology, and it is in a primitive stage in India as far as shipbuilding technology is concerned. And to skill the people and then youth, and also you bring the lot of engineering support to the people who are working on that. These centers will act. These are the two big things, apart from Mr. Pradeep has outlined so all the initiatives that are being taken up, and is a very good beginning for Indian shipbuilding sector. Of course, it may not be the end, and a lot of more initiatives will come once we progress and see the improvement of shipbuilding clusters in India. Thank you.
Since the time I came here for the last 2 days, a good part of the discussion has been on shipbuilding. And from this distinguished audience, I'm sure there's plenty that they would want to engage with you rather than me monopolizing the conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to ask questions and make it questions. You won't get a better panel than this if I may advertise so. So yeah, please raise your hand and we'll take it on. And why? Because I've got a long menu of questions that I wanted to ask, but yeah, Nikita. So, do we have a mic?
Yeah, thank you so much. Very engaging discussion. You know, I'm Nikita. I'm a trade specialist. I work with the World Bank. And my question to you is to Anil, Mr. Anil. Actually, when you were mentioning about dual-use ships, can you tell us a little bit more about which countries are doing it, what are the constraints, and maybe what are the enablers? Because, you know, I think as what Shubhoma, you were saying, that it may not be as simple practically as it may sound theoretically. So I just wanted to understand more from you. Thank you.
We know for a fact that China has a huge fleet, which is a dual-use fleet. Let me give you a practical example. They have these amphibious vessels, which they have built largely because they have their own yards today. They were able to develop the technology, and they have these dual-use ships. So imagine a bulk carrier. It's like a large vessel. It's a very large vessel. Huge space in which we put in a lot of cargo. Now, while it is used during peace times for the purpose of movement of just cargo, it can be used for the purpose of movements of, you know, armored vehicles, people, and equipment that you need to move. However, in India, we don't have this concept of these vessels being earmarked for dual use. We proposed this at the National Maritime Foundation meeting about 3 years ago. And I'm happy to let you know that the Indian Navy is now looking at this. They have engaged with India. They will need to therefore then look at the hull design, the design of the ship itself. And then I understand, I don't need to know, so I don't want to know, but I understand certain changes are made in those designs in order to make them ready to be used at the time of an emergency. I also understand that states like Malaysia or the others also have these kind of dual use or amphibious kind of ships which are used for the purposes of cargo or moving people during peacetime and otherwise moving equipment and soldiers during the time of war. Of course, all of these vessels will always remain behind. They will never be in front because they're never, they don't have the guns and the turrets, etc. But they're always behind for the purposes of supply. As we learned in school during the World War, it was the merchant fleet that played a huge contributory role towards what Britain was able to do in the seas. Yeah.
Postscript, all vehicles in Bombay are dual use. I mean, if you look at the way they are used.
Peter Cook, Private Maritime Security Consultant. Are you looking at the use of autonomous ships and the building of autonomous ships? It's part of the future.
So who's the panel member you want to reply to, or otherwise?
I was rather hoping the whole panel. I'm greedy.
So right now we are not looking at autonomous ships. We are looking at creating facility for the ships with new technologies which are energy efficient to the extent possible, which cut down the emissions. So, and there are a lot of technologies to do that. We only have to select the best technology for it. So, as a country, we are looking at building a capacity or a capability to manufacture big commercial vessels which are energy efficient. Subsequently, the R&D part of it, the research part of it on developing smaller autonomous vessels, that will definitely go hand in hand, but the scaled, what you call, effort is on creating a production facility for commercial vessels which are energy efficient.
Sir, actually, I would like to add to what sir has said. We have autonomous ships means already constructed in 3 or 4 shipyards in India. The first one is the Cochin shipyard, but it was for the European clients. The automation was not fully fitted, but we have fitted all the systems, all equipments, everything on the vessel, and it was taken on this heavy lift carrier, and it was shifted to Norway. It was Norwegian clients. As you know, the technology is not yet published. The rules are still under construction. But with the local rules, these vessels are being operated, especially in Europe. So they have provided us the details, all drawings, and the ships were constructed in India. We have 3 shipyards currently working on these autonomous ships.
Let the baby first take the milk, and later only it can take chicken and mutton after 3-4 years. You cannot feed him with those things at day one.
Hi, sir. My name is Vamsi. I work with a conglomerate. Sir, India aspires to kind of have at least 10% of the global ships, global vessels, right? So for that, a lot of ecosystem needs development, be it in the composite side or on the metal bodybuilding side, etc. What are the steps being taken to kind of develop such ecosystem, and how are you encouraging new partners to kind of come on board to develop these capabilities?
Fair question to ask. Who wants to take the first shot? Pradeep, you go, then.
Can I get the question again, please? It didn't click me. Can you just repeat the question, please?
Shipbuilding also requires a lot of ecosystem. For the aspirations that India has, are very huge. 10% of global vessels is a big aspiration. So for that, what are some steps being taken to develop the ecosystem to ensure that it is practically possible? How are you trying to encourage new players to come into this ecosystem?
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Actually, as I said, we have this four-pillar approach. As I said, that we have the Maritime Development Fund, which is also amounting to around 25 crores rupees. It's a big money, which is even meant for the research as well, you know. And we also have the IMU in the picture. So IMU is reviewing all the proposals, whatever proposals you are giving, they will review and they will pass it on to the National Shipbuilding Mission, which Harna Sahab has said. So we have a system in place already, but it is yet to take off in full view. But we have catered that. We are actually funding on all the research-related activities. It is already in place. So please send the proposal as of now. If there is any proposal, anything with you, please mark it to DG Shipping for the time being. We will make sure it is taking off in the right direction.
But sequencing, which is the sequence in which should happen? Mr. Harnatha, I mean, what is your thoughts on it?
All these entire discussions must have given an idea about the kind of initiatives that are being taken to ignite the ecosystem. You can see the government initiatives you have seen. You also seen that the technological improvements, how to skill the people, that is also you have seen. How the governments are trying to compete with each other to give the capital subsidies. You see, 30% capital subsidies is huge. And whatever you'll get back 30%, whatever you invested in capital. So there is a huge support being given by them. Then land is being given free, land developments is being done by the total thing. And then steel industry especially, which is the main component of the entire shipbuilding industry, is a growing in India. Especially for the state, if you again speak about the Orissa, which is producing about 30 million tons of steel today out of the total slightly over and above 100 million production of India, 30% is produced in Orissa. It is going to ramp up the steel production to 100 million tons by 2030. Massive expansions are happening. So, and then heavy industries. So, all these are the areas which you have to, so that components are not required to be imported as far as possible. So, these kind of ecosystems are created, and with the support being given by the government in terms of the various funds, it is never before you have taken, the government has come out with such a huge policy. Now, the shipping has also already been declared as the industry status has been given. So, with these kind of policy initiatives were never before have come, and this is the right time, and for the shipbuilders to come and invest in India, whether it's a big or small investments, and we are all there to support them, to handhold them, and so that it is a mutual benefit for not only for the shipbuilders, for the country like India.
Yeah, you know, as ship owners, we are part of a committee that has been formed. So first thing is, a group has been formed to look at this and focus. Customs have been made aware of the importance. One of the most important things is that you're bringing in, when you're talking about ancillary, is for them to bring in their capital equipment and then manufacturing. And a lot of imports will happen. Nobody's going to create this thing today. So making customs aware, creating corridors. So for example, let's say you set up something in, say, Odisha, for example. Then you create a corridor from the seaport to the yard to ensure smoother movement of this. Because one of the places where our shipbuilding and ship repair is suffering is the equipment comes in. Almost all the equipment other than the steel is today imported. That comes in, gets stuck at the airport. So this is one thing that is being done. The other thing that is that we know that the government is doing is talking to the Germans, talking to the Japanese, telling them, because as I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you weren't in the room, that there are all these manufacturers who make these stores, spares, etc. that are needed. So getting them to come in and set shop here in India is a major task, because it's going to require that mental frame of mind where they're going to need to be convinced that there is a demand. After all, nobody is going to go and buy one factory or create something in here unless you're able to show him the demand. So that is being projected. You know, these may seem like very, very soft things, but initially, unless I convince him that there is some business, please come here, he's not going to set shop here. He has got enough demand all over the world. So I can tell you this as an industry, these are the steps that are being taken to get these guys to become interested. Because as Mr. Harnad mentioned, huge amount of cargo that we have. If we can create this whole cycle, then you will soon see that just as in Manesar, you have all these guys making small equipments, steerings, glass, etc., etc. All of this will start happening wherever we set up our shipbuilding. Thank you.
If I had a question, but yeah, use a mic.
Thanks. Good morning. My name is Bryn from South Africa. Just maybe a comment. I must give credit to what I'm hearing, and it's almost like a new dawn, because I look forward to watch this space and see what India does with it. If you look around the world and if you know this industry, you know that it's predominantly dominated by many others. But I see a lot of good and potential. India has the nucleus. You're building new ports. There's a nucleus around. You keep it simple. Start with dredges. Start with tugs. Build your own fleets. I don't know if you have special economic zones that could maybe incentivize, because you talk about this government, and we know how that plays out. So if you have long-term certainty around policy, and SEZs, I'm sure that will benefit. And the gentleman from Cargill, I mean, you're so right that once you have the partnerships with cargo, you can really embed the long-term benefit of the shipbuilding. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the space, and I must give a lot of credit. Thanks.
That's an interesting thing. Just as USA has its FANG stocks, I am a great believer that you are seeing the new FANG set coming up from these gentlemen out here in another few years. We are talking of very big scale of investments. So if anyone of you wanting to take a pre-tip insider's information, please come to me. We'll discuss those. This is the sector that is really pushing on. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. First of all, it's very commendable what everyone is talking about, the policy drivers and so on. What I don't see in all this discussion is the lack of a demand approach, and secondly, of a focused approach. And the point being is, at the end of the day, if India wants to achieve 10% of global shipbuilding, where is the demand? At the end of the day, demand is coming from not only just Indians, but from other ship owners. And that demand should be focused. At the end of the day, shipbuilding or ships are of different classes and different sizes and different markets. And at some point, probably you want to focus on maybe dry bulk carriers or maybe LNG ships, whatever you need, maybe coastal ships and so on. And if you strip down the whole ship as a supply chain, there are a lot of, I would say, capacity building that needs to be done, because a ship is not just, the steel industry, is also ship design, is also, the engine, is the propellers and so on. And you need probably at some point to build some partnerships, because if you want to do it yourself, probably you need 10, 20 years to achieve what the Chinese or South Koreans or Japanese or others have done. Is there any thinking in that way, in the sense that we would probably, like in the first 10 years, focus on particular sets of ships, or particular types or sizes of ships, particular sets of partnerships? Cargill, by the way, is not a ship owner, is a charter, so probably you would like to drive this through your maybe big charters, or maybe the shipping association will have some specific needs for specific types of ships and so on.
Partnerships.
Yeah, and the second question, if you allow me to probably link it with previous questions. I'm not sure whether what Nikita was mentioning is the dual use of ships, but I also would like to talk about dual engine ships, because that's the transition towards fully green ships. So the current approach is to build ships that are both on biodiesels and probably methanol or biodiesels or hydrogen and so on. And what is the whole thinking? Because at the end of the day, you have to have that proper ecosystem. You need to probably have a bunkering hub for methanol or bunkering hub for something and so on. Is this the way forward, or is it just a broad policy perspective?
Let's take the partnership first. Partnership, Anil, you talked about, but I'll ask both Mr. Sushil Singh and Mr. Harnath and Pradeep to talk about partnerships.
So, if I understand it correctly, is trying the question is to so that is an area where the very first thing that we have to look at is the kind of vessels that are in demand. So that is the product that one should then start working on. For example, at Kandla Port are engaging a consultant. We have already gone ahead and engaged a consultant who will be assessing the market for us, what is the demand for different kind of products that exist in the market, global market. That is one thing. The other thing is we are trying to work on different options. As I said that the first option we tried somehow didn't get that traction. The second option is that we develop the shipyard designed for that kind of a product at Kandla, and then we offer it to the operators to come there and operate. The third is to move fast. We are also looking at outsourcing the block manufacturing for that particular kind of a product to different shipyards globally. So the blocks can be outsourced, and then they can be brought here at Kandla and assembled, and the final value addition can be done, and outfitting and other processes can then be completed at Kandla. So that will also help us in leveraging the capacities and the technologies that are already available and are established. So to start with, and subsequently that technology gets transferred to us. On the partnership front, I can talk about Kandla. We are looking for partners, the technology partners who can come with us, join hands with us, and we can engage with them for a specific kind of a product, and we can design a kind of a module in which the technology get transferred, the skills get transferred to the our technicians and engineers in the process of getting some of the vessels manufactured at our partnership yards in knockdown forms, bring those kits here, assemble it here, and subsequently in a phased manner, start with the 100% of the knockdown kits from the partners, 50-50 in the second phase, where 50% of the kits are manufactured in India at our shipyard, 50% are sourced from the partners, and subsequently 70-30 and 100. That leads to a phased transition and transfer of technology, and that will add value to the both our shipyard and also the technology partner. So that is my thinking on this.
Yes, I would like to add on to what Sir has said. See, this demand aggregation was the first thing we have done, because in DG Shipping, we are the people who are involved in issuing the license to the foreign flag vessels. Okay. So from that, and also having discussions with all the PSUs in India. So we have listed out what are the different kinds of vessels which are issued license. So based on that, we have made a demand aggregation, and the total numbers is coming to around 230 ships to be built with different kinds of ships. It is tankers, bulkers, even the special kind of vessels, dredgers. So around 230 ships has to be constructed within the next 10 years of time. So that is a kind of number which we are looking at. And I have to admit that we don't have enough capacity shipyards to build such a big number. Okay, we have just 5 PSUs and a handful of private shipyards who are now. So that is why the government is very keen to have 3 clusters to be developed. So in which we invite all the foreign partners to come in. And I will say that depending upon the output, these 10 ships, if it is built, say, in Japan or Korea, probably they will be doing it in a much faster pace. But we don't have the capacity, so we need the clusters to be made and the shipyards to be made. And we are even ready to push these numbers, probably if the shipyard is getting ready, say, maybe 10 years or maybe later. So we are even ready to push it so that the new cluster is getting their share. No, they will not be, they made the shipyard and now all ships are built. No, we are ready to push it and so that ships are built in India. Okay, so as I said in my first note, even the ship recyclers are also given the benefit. See, they can bargain with the Indian recyclers, they can get their share, but we are ready to give them a bonus of 40% of the money if they want to build a ship in India. So that way also we expect some business to flow in. So it's an overall package. So I will always request all ship owners, to utilize this facility of getting this bonus. Probably the owner, the shipyard will be bargaining with the owner, for some discounts. Probably, of course, that is a part of the economics, which he should be ready. But at least whatever he's getting is a bonus. So the recycling and building both should be done in India. That is what we look at. Thank you. I hope I have answered you.
Partnerships I can visualize at this stage at different level. There could be more. The first partnership will be between the port and the government of state government to build up the ecosystem. Once that is done, the second partnership will be between this particular entity and international shipbuilder who will bring the technology and expertise to us. And third partnership also I could visualize, that is we are a port, as a Paradip as a port is the leader in coastal shipping. So a lot of thermal coal which is mined close to the Paradip, so goes to different parts of the India through coastal shipping process, basically for carrying the dry bulk cargo. Those kind of vessels we visualize, we expect our shipbuilder will construct in initial stages, and we can have a partnership with them. So if the vessels are engaged in coastal shipping from our port to different ports in the country, we will give some kind of concessions and for handling at our ports, various ports. So that can be a third level where we can incentivize these shipbuilders and we can utilize. So there is a definite market. Along with that shipbuilding, we will provide them a definite market, at least in the initial periods of this thing, so that he will be able to recover the costs. That also partnership we can think of.
Thank you for bringing up that biofuels question. I think it's a great question to ask, and we haven't really addressed that here. It's a great question to ask in India. India is one of the largest producers and consumers of biofuels, also one of the leading players in the Global Biofuels Alliance. Cargill has a significant play in the biofuels area also, and we are offering the FAME, the fatty acid methyl ester biofuels, to ships from Singapore to Europe, Rotterdam or Amsterdam. So whichever ships want to, take that, we offer that. So the volume right now is low, but we are anticipating, that going up. Again, as we go more towards greening the supply chain, we will be using more biofuels.
Gentlemen, it has been a good conversation. More than that, it has been very direction specific. And I'm not joking. This is where a lot of work in the business climate in terms of building up some very powerful companies is going to start, has already started. On that note, I'd like to thank this wonderful panel and acknowledge the time they've taken despite their busy schedule in the Indian Maritime Week. They're actually, jumping across every hall. But thanks for a very distinguished audience for having sat and asked some very good questions and listened. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ananta.
Thank you to the panel for a wonderful conversation. We are now breaking for 10 minutes. Tea and coffee is on the left side at the back of the hall. If you'd like some, we will begin in 10 minutes. Thank you.
targets for us to achieve over the next 20 years, which talked about multiplying the capacity of our ports 4 times, increasing our vessel capacities, increasing our vessel production, shipbuilding, so all the ecosystem that we talked about. The session that we are here for is modernizing port logistics and operations. And I have some amazing group of people here who are experts in their own fields. And we're also expecting Mr. Rizwan Sumer from DP World at some point during the session, but we'll start. So ports is a complex thing. We've all been talking about, and we all said, somebody called it a jigsaw puzzle, somebody called it a complex ecosystem. It is actually a complex of technology, infrastructure, and policy framework. And when you mix the three and you try to create an ecosystem which is efficient and which helps the users, the industry, the governments to do trade more efficiently. If I look at last 6 years, particularly post-COVID, there has been some bit of modernization which was forced upon us. If I talk about the digital part of it, particularly in India, and when COVID set in, then trade, we forced ourselves to move to paperless trade ecosystem, so it was induced by a natural calamity. Then we had certain political disruptions happening in different parts of the world, and we tried to find new trade routes. And one of them, which has been recently been talked about for the last couple of years, is India, Middle East, Europe corridor. And then it also helps us to create new supply chains, create new routes and partners. So there is always a pressure on the ports to modernize, to adapt to the changing scenarios. And when we look at the Quad ecosystem, from 2021, when the first leadership summit happened, we said that ports is the critical infrastructure, ports is a strategic infrastructure, and modernization of port infrastructure towards green infrastructure is going to be one of the priorities. And so it gives a bit of a challenge to operators as well as the government, because at the end of the day, ports also have to make business sense. They have to make economic sense. You may say that I want to have an India, Middle East, Europe corridor, but is it economically viable? Are the infrastructural efficiencies going to be in place? So that's that balance that we need to have when we talk of modernization. So that's another thing that we would, as governments, as private players, we have to keep in mind, balancing our efforts of strategic importance as well as the economic viability. So when we come to the port infrastructure, modernizing the port infrastructure, we have different layers, and today the panelists we have today are going to talk about different aspects. They all bring expertise from different aspects, whether it is about hard infrastructure, which is the berths, the drafts, the equipments, whether it is about the digital infrastructure, which is also a critical thing, whether it is about sustainability, the renewable fuels, or whether it is about the cross-country collaborations. So far, as India, we have been looking inwards. We have been looking at infrastructure development within India in terms of ports, making our ports modern, making our capacities increased. I think we have come a long way in the last 10 to 15 years in terms of efficiencies, in terms of creation of digital infrastructure, in terms of reducing our dwell times at the ports, whether it is for the cargo or it is for the ships. We have reduced that. We have tried to set in those efficiencies in place. Now is the time to move beyond, to go to our cross-country partnerships, to look at what we can do between India and Australia, what we can do between India, US. Some of it is already happening, whether it is in the form of a virtual trade corridor between India and UAE, whether it is in the form of green shipping corridor between India and Singapore. So we have a blueprint in mind, but at the same time, we don't have much time, because the thing in infrastructure is, if there is a delay in any infrastructure project, its value goes down with time. The benefit that an infrastructure project would give you at a particular time, you may not get the same value if it is delayed by 2 years, 3 years, or 4 years. So timeliness in infrastructure projects is really critical. So I think now I'll move to my panelists. As I mentioned, we have a group of experts from the government, from the industry, international perspectives, global players. So I'll start with Joint Secretary Mr. R. Lakshmanan, who is Joint Secretary with Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Ports and Waterways, and who has been taking care of ports and PPP, Sagarmala at the Ministry of Ports. And I would request Mr. Lakshmanan to lay out the government plan, how we are looking at port modernization and in inducing logistics efficiency in India. We have certain plans in place. We have programs like Sagarmala and Bharatmala, National Logistics Portal and everything. So how are we planning to actually get the real benefits for the industry out of it and make our ports not only efficient, but also compatible with the global standards and global ports?
Thank you. So, like in terms of, if you look at India as a country, the larger idea is how can we don't see port as a standalone, infrastructure. So it's a part of a logistic value chain. So the idea is to create an efficient logistic chain end to end, so that we are able to ultimately optimize the cost of logistics for the EXIM trade. So that's the larger picture with which government is working. And so if you break it down, so in terms of the port capacity expansion, the government is very clear. We act as an enabler, we act as a facilitator, and we believe in partnership with the industry, both Indian as well as global. And in the past couple of decades, we have demonstrated this as a country, that we have successful partnerships both with international and domestic players who have participated in the port capacity creation. So to take this forward, it's important that we create a right ecosystem, right framework where industry and government are able to work together. And there is a policy continuity, there is a regulatory certainty, so which then, is able to give certainty to the investment community to invest into the infrastructure. So in that perspective, I would quote a couple of things which the government has done very recently. One is the Indian Ports Act. So the act which was earlier existing in the country, it was more than 100 years old. So now we have completely revamped that act, made it up to date, comparable to international benchmarks, which gives a robust framework for things to move forward. And similarly, the public-private partnership related ecosystem, in any partnership there are likely to be disputes. So it's very important that you put in place a robust and an efficient dispute redressal mechanism. So as a part of the regulatory system, we have now set up an adjudicatory board, so which bypasses the regular hierarchy of the courts. So it's a fast-track dispute redressal mechanism. And we've also put in place a conciliation settlement mechanism, which is again outside the court, where parties sit across the table, talk to each other. We have examples of cases which have been in the courts for many years, but in couple of years, people could, sit across and then close that out. And we are seeing how we can further, accelerate these settlement processes. And the other part is like the software part of it. How efficient is the port process? One is the hard infrastructure, other is the port process. So now we have come up with the initiative, One Nation, One Port process, so that the processes are standardized across the country. And we are also like coming up with a digital, data model, which is standard across ports, so that there is interoperability. And while doing this, we are trying to keep the international conventions in mind, so that whatever we are doing, it's aligned with the international framework, so that country to country we are able to talk. And in that context, I'll quote another example, which is the IMEC corridor, so which is the initiative which was taken by India under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, along with other countries. And that's moving forward, and as a part of the first leg of that, we have come up with Maitri, which is a virtual trade corridor between India and UAE. So where we are trying to integrate the systems from both the countries, the port systems and the regulatory systems, so that we are able to create a data pipeline or a document exchange pipeline, so that when the goods and ships move, the transactions are faster and quicker. And probably very recently, like when the Singapore Prime Minister visited, so we had a digital and a green shipping corridor MOU done. So the same concept can be, replicated with Singapore as well. So we are looking at a first proof of concept. If it's successful, then it can be replicated with multiple countries. And on the green front, we have a MOU with Rotterdam as well, where we are trying to build a green shipping corridor. Same thing we are attempting with Singapore. So these are some of the things that we are working on. And just last couple of points, when we talk about the entire logistic value chain, we are also working on a very strong hinterland connectivity, framework. As a country, we have couple of frameworks. One is the, National Logistic Planning Framework, where all the connectivity ministries, be it the road, rail, port, civil aviation, we have a system in which we work together, plan for the connectivity ahead, so that when a port comes up or the existing port has congestion, we appropriately design the hinterland connectivity. And probably within the government, there is a thought process that we should set up a more robust institutional framework. So we are working on setting up a integrated transport planning authority, so which then formalizes this collaboration of connectivity planning. And the last point is on port-led industrialization, which again is very critical. If you're able to have industries in and around the ports, that makes it all the more efficient. So in that, we work with the industries ministry, as well as the state governments, where we have identified land parcels and some are already underway. So this again would be an important aspect. How efficiently can we plan our industrial parks, free trade zones, and the logistic parks in the hinterland and closer to ports, and how efficiently are they connected? So these are projects on which government is working. Some are implemented, some are being implemented.
Thank you so much for these perspectives. And it's very important to note that the focus of the government is on multiple layers of port modernization, whether it is on digital aspect, whether it is on hard infrastructure. I really appreciate the emphasis on the PPP disputes, because that's something which has been coming up again and again. We have made some changes to the concession agreement also, which makes it more friendly to the private sector also, because earlier it was, the onus was always on the private player. The government was, the wording was such that you could always say that government is never to be blamed in those concession agreements. I think now we are making it more fair, which gives a chance to the international players, which gives a chance to the private sector to participate more in these projects. That's a really important thing to know. You also talked about hinterland connectivity. On that, I want to come to Alpesh Sharma, who's the COO of JM Bakshi Group. JM Bakshi Group is an Indian conglomerate which focuses on different layers of port ecosystem in the country in the forms of terminals, container freight stations, ICDs, and developing information technology tools also for port ecosystem. So Alpesh, I would want you to give your remarks and focusing a bit on the hinterland connectivity, because I think the backward connection to our ports has been a challenge. We have cargo, which is on the eastern part of the country, which is Kolkata port, which comes to western part of the country, moving domestically and then gets exported, which does not make sense. We have cargo from southern part of country coming to western ports and moving in domestic parts. So there is a need for domestic hinterland connectivity. If you could talk about domestic hinterland connectivity and how it has evolved. There's a lot of improvement that has happened, how it has evolved and what more needs to be done in that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just take you back 10 years, 15 years ago, when containerization was still pretty nascent. And at that time, you had corridors which were having a few locations in the north, which was like a TKD, a Dadri, a Ludhiana, 3-4 places. And then you had Nhava Sheva, you had a train going up. And from there, you had the first mile, last mile happening, which could be 300, 400 kilometers. And there was one track going from Nhava Sheva, there was a congestion, there was stuff happening. Over a period of time, we got Mundra coming up, we got the dedicated rail freight corridors being announced. So if you look at it, in the last 5 years, that's what the data I saw, with the Gati Shakti plan that the Prime Minister has, they plan to have 100 more locations in India which will be doing the rail connectivity. And the target was 100, and I think the last count I saw was 120, which have already been upgraded and started. So going back from 15, 20 years ago, where you had a couple of dry ports, they called it at that time, where the container went in, the custom cleared it, and then it had to go to the industrialization place. I think we have taken the port to the industrialized location today. So if there is an industrialized location somewhere, there is something there where the container can go there today. So locations have been created, rail infrastructure is being modernized. I think the government and the private partnership is maturing. If you look at the rail operators today, there are a lot of, we are very small compared to other people. We have about 35 trains, but somebody like Concor has 400 plus. I don't know, Hari, you must be having about 100 plus. So the connectivity is coming up. Double stack has started. Maybe 15 years ago when we talked about double stack train, people would say, how can that be possible? Today we are running double stack trains as a norm. The western corridor will start to Nhava Sheva in the next 3 to 4 months. So connectivity has enhanced. The rail infrastructure has been upgraded. I think India has one of the largest rail networks there. And the dedicated freight corridor is going to take away that pressure from the passenger cargo combo on the same tracks. So infrastructure is coming up very fast. So if you look at inlands, you have MMLPs, you have the state governments getting part into it, you have the central government putting parts in it. Like what Mr. Lakshmanan said, I think the confidence level between the private and the government has become better. If I look at it, I've been in this for about 20 years. No more it is one-sided where it is like, oh, you are supposed to do, and like I think you said, government is not responsible. I think we have a very good relationship today. We run 9 container terminals and ICDs in India. Most of them are with, all of them are PPP, and we deal with the government. And I have the most amazing discussions today with the port officials, the ministries. It's like a partner today, right? We can explain where is the bottleneck. I think the speed is quite good. So things are moving. What is lacking today is that now the infrastructure has been created, and India is a big country, right? 1.4 billion people, 7,000 kilometers of coastline. Industrialization is spread all over the country. So the need now is to balance the load, right? The load is still needing to be balanced. We have created some facility here, we have some facility here. Slowly the trade has to start to balance themselves out. Some places are not utilized fully, some are overutilized. If you look at East Coast and West Coast, there is an imbalance. Again, going back 20 years ago, Nhava Sheva used to be super congested. Other terminals used to be light. Today the congestion has moved somewhere else. It will move somewhere again. So East-West balancing is required. ICD-wise, cargo-wise balancing is required. And I think more than the government now, I think it is about the people who have stepped up to look at ways of collaborating together and trying to open up, right? The business has to open up, cargo has to flow. It is not something that anybody can hold and say, this is my cargo. It is cargo for the country, and it has to flow. We need to bring the logistic cost down, which is one of the main aims of this whole exercise. And we need to be open, right? So very positive about the way it is happening. Yes, there are a few issues, but most of them are already being addressed, are at a very fine stage of getting settled. I think some of the things that you mentioned, tariff issues were there, but I think the tariff issue now is in the final stages where the terminals will have free pricing. In the past, the private operators had 5 or 6 different versions of tariff, and there was a struggle. But I think we are in the final stages where free pricing will be the game. Everybody is allowed to price as they think and as the trade can decide. On the rail, also we are in a stage where the licensing and everything is going to... The first licensing for the rail started maybe, I think, 20 years ago. And we are coming to the end of that in 2027. There is a talk that it will be again opened up, so there is no licensing, it's an open market. So all these positive things are happening. Again, intermodal we talked about. If you looked at the coastal business that was happening in India maybe 10, 15 years ago, very few coastal operators, not much interest from people and international. But in the last 6 months, if you see, CMA has registered 4 ships of theirs in the Indian flag. They want to participate in the Indian coastal business. I just read Maersk has done the same. There are a lot of other companies which are also trying to figure out how they can be a part of this coastal strategy. I had a meeting with the Inland Waterways team of yours. There are a lot of action happening. There is a lot of ideas which are brimming up. So I think it's a positive story. 1.4 billion people, less than 35 years, nearly 60% population, consumerism is going up, industrialization is happening, China plus one is unfolding. So if you look at all those stories, you can catch any one of them and start unwinding it. And you see India is at the right spot, and that inflection point, which we have been waiting for a certain period of time, I think is there. You can see it on a daily basis now that the growth is not happening in percentages, but it is exponential. Interest is there, and exciting times to be in. The load balancing will take some time. Some infrastructure is still in the pipeline. Policies are getting, like you said, about the NLIP, where all the data between all the locations will be shared. It's in the final stages. Once that happens, then digitalization is much larger. We are going to see information flowing between businesses very easily. So on the whole, I think there's a positive environment, things are happening, and we as infrastructure operators are feeling positive, and we think we will bring value to the trade, and the vision to bring the logistic cost down to about 8-9%. Today, I think it's about 14, is doable.
It's been just a month back, the new figures have come, it's around 8%.
Wow. We are 8% now.
India is around 8%.
Okay, so I'm outdated a bit. So, yeah, so it should come down further because there are still places where we see any cost that comes in, it does not come in because of what I charge or what somebody else charges. It comes from the inefficiency of the system. And as the inefficiency reduces, the cost will automatically go down. So it's not about tariff, it's not about rates, it's about how do you make it seamless. So that is where the seamlessness is moving forward. So that's my 2 bits on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alpesh, for giving this overall perspectives on domestic connectivity, multimodality. We'll come to that in more details. Now, I want to move to Hari Krishnan Sundaram. He is director at Colombo West International Terminal, Adani Group. Adani and Indian ports. I mean, whenever we talk about ports in any global forums or wherever, people talk about Adani. What was the magic wand that Adani had that made it what it is today in the port ecosystem? I mean, starting with Mundra and then I was watching your video film yesterday, and you have just, the whole coastline is dotted with your ports, while government also has it. And what is it, what are those practices of modernization, efficiency that you bring in as a private player that has made Adani Ports what it is today in a time which was like, I think 15, 20 years time is what you really zoomed up? What is that? Can you just tell us so that we learn from the efficiencies and the practices that you have?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the magic wand for us has been, of course, the flagship port of Mundra. So Mundra basically started as a container port way back in 2002 when there was P&O ports operating there. And then, of course, after the DP World acquisition, it became the DP World port there. The most important thing that the Adani Group has done in Mundra is the frequent addition of capacity. That's most critical in any port, infrastructure, right? And that's what we are now seeing happening across the country, right? JNPA is adding capacity. Of course, in East Coast, there are a few ports coming with capacities. So, like you rightly mentioned, timeliness, right? That's very, very critical, right? And the way India is growing, we are doing about 25 million TEUs of container volumes per annum. And there is a 7-8% year-on-year growth that we are clocking. So you will need capacity, right? And I think we are on the right track. The future looks very, very bright. Vadhavan is like 5 years away, which is talking about 20 million TEUs. So from a capacity front, we are looking very good, right? Of course, it has to be supplemented with, efficient logistics, and of course, industries have to come up. Port-led industrializations, what the JS mentioned, very important, right? So I think the EXIM trade growth looks very promising, and the success of Mundra that we saw, we have just replicated across our, other ports, right? So we operate in Hazira, we operate in Ennore, Kattupalli, right? So, of course, with infrastructure, we have also invested a lot in technology, lot of, human capital, right? That's very important. Today, our industry is falling short of talent, big time. Yeah, we are not getting, skill set. So that's something which, as a country, we have to, work upon, right? With the support of the government and, of course, all the private players have to invest, time in preparing the pipeline. And lastly, Vizhinjam, which is our, latest entry into the portfolio, which is a transshipment port, right? If you see, India was never doing transshipment, right? Because our local cargo, EXIM cargo itself is so high, right? We were really not doing transshipment. That's why, you see all the cargo from the East Coast going into Colombo, right? Almost 60-70% of the East Coast of India cargo goes to Colombo for transshipment, right? But starting last year we started Vizhinjam, so we are seeing a little bit of cargo now even coming over Vizhinjam, which is of course depending on the shipping line, right? It's very shipping line centric, right? So Vizhinjam is again a very, very modern port. And in fact, if you ask me, in our whole portfolio, the amount of technology and innovation that has happened, I would say it is Vizhinjam, right? We have invested heavily in technology there. There's a whole lot of automation that is happening out there. It's not a fully automated terminal. It's a semi-automated terminal. Amazing. I mean, I would request everyone to kind of take out time and make a visit to see what's happening. And we have exactly replicated that in Colombo. So what we are doing in Vizhinjam is a copy paste that we are doing in Colombo. So there's absolutely no change, right? But as a operator, we are doing all these things, right? When you do it as a port, that's where you need a lot of support from the government, from the regulatory body, and all that. That's what we are trying to do in Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka. Sorry, I'm just switching to Sri Lanka. So the Port Authority is still in the business of doing operations, which doesn't happen in India. That's a big difference, right? So they are still operating terminals. Of course, there are private players as well. But when it comes to the Port Authority and the port ecosystem, I think Sri Lanka has to, step up there, right? And that's where, operators like us are kind of demonstrating, what we are doing in India, I keep telling them that why are you looking at China? India is so close to you and we are like your, we complement each other. We don't compete, right? There is somewhere there is a...
But want to know how you make that possible, maybe in the next round, how
Yeah.
you are making it possible, you're not competing and you're complementing.
I'll come to that, right? So basically, we are telling the government there, we are telling the Port Authority there to, look at what we are doing in India. Best practices out there, technology, port community system. We have a successful port community system. Sri Lanka is still, not yet got their port community system. So certain areas we are kind of, working very closely with the government and the stakeholders. And I think, yes, we'll get there soon.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to know. I mean, as I mentioned, Adani Group is a flagship private port operator in the country, and you have footprints across the world. And given your global presence, you need to match those standards as well. We'll come to a few follow-ups on that in the next round. Paul, coming to you. Paul Kent is the Senior Vice President at Monument Economics Group in the US. And he has been working on port ecosystem across the world for last 30, 35 years. And we're all looking forward to hearing you've heard the Indian story. How do you fit that in your global experiences? And how do you see our evolution in the last 10, 15 years in terms of efficiency and operations in logistics and ports? And do you think there is that possibility of fitting it in the global regional frameworks like Quad and other regional groupings?
Thank you very much. In these kinds of occasions, you always hope that you're prepared for what the moderator is asking for you to address, and luckily that has happened. So I see several in the audience that I have met in the past, I've worked with in the past, some of them. But those who don't know me, I'm afraid, due to the unfortunate loss of my baggage coming from Washington, you'll remember me more as the underdressed guy who's been in the same clothes for 2 days. So anyway, so that's the environment. We're supposed to be flexible with disruptions, and that's what I aim to be. In today's discussion, we often hear about modernization and resilience as if they're separate goals. In truth, they are inseparable. India's own strategies recognize this. The Sagarmala program drives modernization through capacity and connectivity, while the Harit Sagar guidelines ensure resilience and sustainability by embedding clean fuels, renewable energy, and circular economy practices. Together, they show that efficiency and resilience are two sides of the same coin. I've been working on ports for a few decades now, At one point, I even used to joke that ports are so important that the word important has one built in. Something I'm sure my friends from Adani would happily agree with. But today, ports are not important on their own. They're only as important as their ability to connect efficiently with inland logistics, corridors, and industrial hubs. Just as many terminal operators recognize the imperative of hinterland efficiency, we see scholars also getting into that arena at the same time. Attending Maritime Week here's Ricardo Sanchez and Dr. Khalid Bijou, who have focused much of their research and analysis on the efficiency of hinterlands. So there is this dichotomy of the analytical world and researchers and scholars, along with the practical world of terminal operators who are recognizing that they can't win the game in competition without corridors also keeping pace with technology and efficiency. First, on logistics optimization, ports are no longer standalone facilities. They are nodes in complex supply chains where delays at anchorage or gates ripple across trade. Tools like port time accounting and technologies underlying an intelligent logistics system, such as IoT, AI, PyChain, and the system of systems that can harness and integrate these, show how digitalization can reduce idle time for vessels, trucks, and equipment, lowering costs and emissions simultaneously. Efficiency means you're reducing emissions. Isn't that interesting? When the big box stores were looking at improving efficiencies, or vice versa, when they wanted to reduce costs, they realized by inducing efficiencies in their supply chains will have the effect of reducing costs. So it's the same thing today. Improving efficiencies will reduce emissions. Corridor performance analysis relative to time, cost, reliability, predictability, and emissions reduction reminds us that a port is only as strong as its weakest link inland. And let me add, automation is not just for the big guys anymore, not for only the largest container terminals. We often think of automation in terms of multi-billion-dollar terminals, fully automated megaports, but modular approaches, what I like to call automation for all, mean that even smaller and medium-sized ports can adopt practical solutions. From automated gates to modular retrofits and remote control operation centers, these technologies can scale to fit different contexts, bringing efficiency, safety, and cost savings. This is especially relevant for India and the wider Indo-Pacific area, where many regional ports must still compete globally. Second, on energy, reliable power is now an investment criterion, not a luxury. We know renewables plus storage are vital, but ports must also prepare for new solutions. Small modular nuclear reactors, also known as SMRs, and the next generation of mini and micro reactors in the 1 to 10 megawatt range could provide clean, reliable baseload energy for terminals, SEZs, and cold chain logistics hubs. And in parallel, ports must plan for multi-fuel futures, LNG, hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and shore-to-ship power. This is not only about decarbonization, it is about competitiveness. Finally, on investment and growth, modernization must be tied to frameworks that guide capital. Performance diagnostics and concession structures should align efficiency with environmental goals. Financing models such as sustainability-linked loans and blended capital make this possible. As we've seen in Australia and elsewhere, ports can catalyze industrial growth when logistics efficiency and sustainability are built in from the start. And if we think in terms of outcomes, which we're supposed to do with this session, the roadmap becomes clear. investment tied to modernization, action frameworks for supply chain optimization, scalable energy and fuel models beyond pilots, and ports' position as anchors of industrial growth. Very much aligned with India's strategy. So whether we speak of modernization or resilience, we're really speaking of the same thing. The choices we make today in logistics systems, in automation, in energy, in investment will define not just the competitiveness of individual ports, but the collective strength of the Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, for your remarks. And intelligent logistics system, that's an interesting thing to be put in place. Yeah, India over a period of time, I think we have tried to measure our efficiencies, and we have tried to improve our efficiencies by looking at two key parameters. One is the time, the other is the cost. These are the two components that private sector is looking at when it comes to efficiency. And in terms of time, we have significant reductions in time, both cargo and vessel, and same goes for the cost. The logistics cost has also come down significantly. Coming to you, Mr. Lakshmanan now, you talked about Maitri platform and taking it to a collaboration between India and UAE, because these collaborations serve us two purposes. One is definitely the private sector, which is the trade part. It makes our trade more efficient, bilateral trade more efficient, but it also gives us a strategic impetus to the bilateral or regional level relationship between the countries. It plays that role also. So for the Maitri India-UAE virtual trade corridor, if we could give us some peep into behind the curtains, how easy or how difficult was it to actually formalize? What were the challenges? Because trade is a very complex thing. There are tariffs, there are certifications, there are a lot of compliances. How were you able to manage it? And what were the key challenges you faced, and how did you overcome that? If you could specifically talk about this example.
So before I get into that, as a part of the previous discussion, just to put things in perspective on one of the aspects, on the point of free pricing in ports. So currently, like the current policy framework enables market-based pricing for ports. So there are two kind of ports in India. One is the central government ports, and other is the state government ports. So where most of the Adani ports are under the state government framework. So where there is a complete tariff freedom exists. That's again a PPP model led by the state governments. Other is where the central government ports are there, where a terminal operator like JM Bakshi operates. So there again, since 2021, any new terminal that comes up has a freedom to price as per the market requirements. The question of which Alpesh mentioned is for the terminal operators who are operating, who were awarded concessions prior to 2021. So we are working on a tariff migration guidelines because it's an existing contract. So we'll have to find a framework for migrating it to a free market pricing. So that's what exactly we are working on. So if you look at it in a perspective, probably that accounts for 20 to 30% of our overall traffic in terms of cargo. The rest 70% is already operating on a market-based principles. And for this also, the process is in very advanced stages, so probably like very shortly, we should be able to bring that framework out. So then that puts all of them on the same platform. So just to give that perspective. So coming to your question on IMEC, this is actually like where we, even within our own country, when we work with different stakeholders, there are a lot of challenges. Especially like in our own port ecosystem, like we have been trying to put a maritime single window in place. Every country has some version of maritime single window. It's a question of how efficient is it and how complete is it. In our own port ecosystem, like we have primarily the customs is there, the port authority is there, and then the immigration is there from a crew perspective. And apart from that, there are a lot of regulatory agencies for food grains, animal products, plant products, etc. Now what we are attempting in Maitri is like try to see if we can at least bring the core entities on both sides, especially the port authority, customs and immigration in the first phase on either sides to integrate into a intermediate interface platform, which is basically Maitri, so which acts as a platform where the port systems, the customs systems and the immigration systems on either sides plug into this Maitri platform, which is basically a interface layer. The most important challenge that we faced as a part of this is to get people on both sides to kind of understand and also to create a working relationship so that the teams on either sides understand on a people-to-people basis. They are able to collaborate and work together as a team, which was the most difficult part. And second is each country has its own systems. So in terms of understanding the architecture, the data structures on either sides, and then try and mapping, we may have the same fields, but it is called by different names. So there are technological solutions to it in terms of identifying, mapping, etc. And once you map it, you realize that, you may call it by A, I might call it by B, but then essentially we are capturing that data. And with this multiple iterations, we are more or less able to, align things, and we are now 90% complete in terms of mapping. And we have done the pilot testing in terms of the data and the document movement from one system to the other. Probably we are a couple of months away, and we are also involved with certain data privacy, confidentiality related aspects as well, where we are sharing data across systems, across countries, the ability to create that trust and security on systems on either sides. So we are going through certain documentation so that we have those documentations in place. Then we are able to actually start operating the system. And it has been a intense level of engagement from both countries. And this has been made possible because there has been a political will at the highest level. Primarily IMEC was announced at the heads of country level. And subsequently, when our Honorable Prime Minister visited UAE, so at the heads of state level, there was an intergovernmental framework agreement which was signed. That gives us a lot of strength for both the teams to, take that initiative and collaborate and cut through the issues that come along the way. So it's been a learning process, a very intense and engaging process. And if we are able to get this pilot successful, so that opens up a huge possibility, opportunities to scale it up to a full-blown model, and then probably explore similar, integrations with other countries. Ultimately, the intent is to reduce the time of international, transactions, and that ultimately leads to efficiencies and cost savings.
Thank you so much. I think that perfectly serves as an example for global collaborations in international trade. The way there's a multi-layered approach, there's a political will involved in it, and then the processes, and not being too ambitious, also taking it phase-wise. I think that's also a learning here. We're taking it phase-wise. There's phase one, you map the stakeholders, then you move forward, you do the first level, and then take it in a full-blown. I think that's one of the key takeaways from our session, that yes, there is a model which operates for global cooperation, and can we take it to quad level? Can we look at some cooperation at quad level? I think that's something which needs to be explored. Coming to you, Hari Krishnan, now, I mentioned it earlier also. You have Virinzam and you have Colombo. How do you manage? I mean, there is capacity you talked about. There is capacity. There's traffic. But are we able to generate that kind of business also? I mean, do we have business? Does it make economic sense for a private player also to have, you have a Colombo and then you have Virinzam, which is 10 to 12 hours of journey, if I'm not wrong. And so how do you balance the two? Is it more of a strategic, or does it really make a business sense for you?
So I have faced this question almost for the last 3 years. Everywhere I go and speak, there is this question about Vizhinjam and Colombo. But if you look at the numbers, I think the numbers speak for itself. Vizhinjam is today handling 1 million TEU, and Colombo is full, right? So there is nothing that cargo has moved from Colombo to, Vizhinjam, or, there was a general, talk amongst the trade that, India will take away Sri Lanka's cargo. Nothing like that. Right? I think the most important mantra here is availability of capacity. So wherever there is capacity available, especially when you are operating in the subcontinent or in the region, in a hub, I would say. So availability of capacity is very important, right? And of course, there is, there are other factors as well, because you need also the ecosystem around the port. So Vizhinjam is on that path, right? I mean, it's an incredible performance. In 1 year, it has reached 1 million TEUs, right? It's amazing feat, if you ask. And at the same time, Colombo is handling almost 8 million TEUs. So, and there is no capacity in Colombo, right? So even with Colombo West International coming on stream, it's full. So I would definitely not say that, it's competing with each other. It is definitely a complementing approach. At the end of the day, like I said, 60 to 70% of the cargo which is coming from the east coast of India, which is Calcutta, Vizag, Haldia, Ennore, Kattupalli, Chennai, Tuticorin, it's all transshipping via Colombo. So we are very closely working with India as such. So, I used to tell Sri Lanka Ports Authority that, all these major ports are our customers. So we should go and, meet them regularly, understand the problems and, try to facilitate the whole thing, right? So that's how I would see this as a very, very complementing approach instead of a competing approach.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, when we are operating in a region and there would be narratives that would be on a negative side. So I think we need to break those. This is a good cooperation model at a regional level, that there are two countries which are seen as competing, but they are cooperating. So I think we need to take that. And one important point you have been again and again talking about is the availability of capacity. I mean, we were having discussions yesterday throughout the day, and one of the most important points that kept on coming in ports was the technology, the digital system, which is really, really important. But I'm glad that we are having certain focus on other aspects of port infrastructure, which is the hard infrastructure, which definitely has to be complemented by technological infrastructure, because only one will not do. If we may build a world-class infrastructure in technology, in digital systems, but we may not have capacity, that won't work. So we may have capacity of 10 millions without a digital system, our ports will be clogged. So I think the balance between the two is really critical for port optimization and modernization. Paul, very briefly, we're running short on time because we need to have 5-10 minutes for audiences also. Any specific global example that you can give us, which you can say that this is how port modernization or the next level of port modernization reforms can be taken up?
I think in terms just of financing, the sustainability-linked loans are now tied to emissions reductions, and they can use as proxies port performance indicators, meaning that the greater the efficiency, the shorter idle time in ports, either the vessel side or the truck side, means that emissions are being reduced. So if one pursues a sustainability-linked loan, like 2 ports have done in Australia, they can get reduced commercial rates on the loans in exchange for commitment to emissions reductions, with independent auditors coming in to document the impact of scope 1, 2, and even getting into scope 3 emissions now. So I think that that is something that can enable modernization relative to emissions reduction technology, relative to infrastructure with alternative fuel storage and handling, and also overall emissions reduction in the scope 3 area. So I think this is something that I think can be of increasing interest. Now, on the other hand, if you don't meet the emissions strategy targets, then you're subject to a penalty, which means that your loan rate can increase. So the incentive is definitely there to reduce emissions so that you can benefit from discounted commercial rates.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Alpesh, again, a very specific question on hinterland connectivity. Railways. I mean, we've all been talking about railways, but I think railway share is around 20-25% of container movement, or even for domestic cargo. How do we modernize that and really enhance our hinterland movement, and also at the same time reduce the carbon footprint? When you reduce trucks on the roads, you're doing your duty for the environment also. So how do we enhance this railway ecosystem in the domestic cargo movement, make it more efficient?
On the entirety, when you talk about railways, I think the expansion is happening. If you look at it, the dedicated freight corridors are already coming up. More infrastructural locations are coming up. So the trains which used to in the past run single stack are running double stack. The telescopic model is working, where in the past the train would go one side full, one side empty. Sometimes it would just go point to point. Today the tariff, the railways are becoming more agile to this. So you can actually do, multi-point dipping, which is also something that is happening. The first mile, last mile is still an issue, and as the cargo moves closer to the industrialization, I think with this e-truck thing happening, the first line, last mile also is getting into which is now coming to 100-150 kilometers at a max, right? The first mile, last mile. I think 150 also looks like a big number. Most of the industrial locations now are within 50-80 kilometers of a location where you can get a train. And like we as JM Bakshi today, we have already gotten into the first mile, last mile with e-trucks, green trucks. We have 1,000 electric trucks on order, which is with swapping batteries. In Nhava Sheva, we already have our terminal, our ICD, which is CFS, which is running with e-trucks model. Delhi, we have e-trucks. So that is one of the things that is lacking is, again, balancing east and west. I think Hari mentioned it. Today, Colombo, when you look at Colombo, most of the east coast cargo is actually going to Colombo, and then it is going out. So if you see the cargo at Colombo, and if you slice and dice it, you will see Haldia, Kakinada, Vizag, all those locations. So there is a need to balance. Railways today, so this brings in the shipping lines there, right? The shipping lines actually are prioritizing the west coast for reasons, efficiency and onward connectivity. There are cases where cargoes from, say, Calcutta is actually being railed all over to Nhava Sheva to connect on a ship, which reefer cargo, which is going from Calcutta. You can imagine From Calcutta, you're taking a cargo to Bombay and then putting it on a ship, whereas Calcutta is a port, there is Vizag. Same with Vizag. I have seen cargoes running from Vizag all the way to Navasheva, right? And the cargoes actually come to me and say, can I use your terminal to rail the boxes to Navasheva? So these are, I mean, we can make rail efficient by taking these cargoes from east to west, but it's easier to get those cargoes moving out of the east coast, right? And that is where this whole load balancing has to happen, and people need to step up.
I think that's a very important point, that we have ports across the coastline, but the focus has been more on the west coast, whether it is Mundra, whether it is JNPT. We have Kolkata port, which may not be that high in terms of efficiency and modernization index, but at the same time, government needs to plan that expansion and modernization across the coastline. Because there are ports like Kolkata port, which is on the eastern India, which is also strategically important for our neighborhood, like Nepal and Bhutan, who are landlocked countries. So we need to have that as a gateway. Again, it is both an economic as well as a strategic engine for India's foreign policy as well. I would open the floor. We have 5 minutes. I was told 3 minutes back we have 5 minutes, but I'll take the liberty here. We'll have 5 minutes. Some direct, specific questions would be great, yeah.
Hi everyone, and thanks for this initiative. My name is Vivek. I'm from OneLine, and for the information of the audience, the pink boxes on the top of the Hapag vessel, they belong to ONE. My question is to Alpesh and Hari. By when do you see India becoming an export surplus country in terms of container trade, and what role can Quad play in the same?
Hari, you would want to take it?
I'm representing Colombo West International Terminal, so I would pass it on to Alpesh.
May I take this? So like, that's a very important question, but there's no straight answer to it. Especially like the side of the piece of the industry that we represent. So we are an enabler of trade, and the question that you're asking is about manufacturing and trade. But as we participate in multiple discussions, the overall thrust of Government of India is how can we promote manufacturing. The past couple of decades, maybe from 90s, India has focused and has done well on services. Manufacturing has not done so well as compared to services. So as a country together, we are net surplus. If you add goods and services, we are positive. But on the goods side, we are, negative. And if you look at the last 10 years, government has taken a number of steps across sectors. The recent example is the semiconductor manufacturing. Then the initiatives around green hydrogen manufacturing. And very recently, a month before what government has taken steps related to shipbuilding in India. So these are some examples. Across sectors, if you look at what government has done, the focus is to promote manufacturing in India, and these are long lead and long gestation industrial manufacturing projects. Some have already started and they are exporting, and the example of Apple is one where significantly they have shifted their manufacturing base to India, and they are exporting a significant amount of phones made in India to the world. And same is likely to happen across the sectors that I mentioned and more. So maybe it may take a decade or more than that, but I think we are on that direction.
Thank you. It's reassuring to hear that we are in the right track. for, because it's a very important thing that we need to balance the cargo, because containers, empty boxes, when they come into the play, it changes the economics of the trade. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Upali De Souza, in fact, Chief Operating Officer, Fiji Port Corporation. Before that, I'd like to mention something. My good friend Hari was telling about Colombo, because I worked for Sri Lanka Ports Authority almost 34 years. When we were there, I was the additional managing director at that time, so now I'm a retiree, but I have a right to speak on behalf of the Sri Lanka Ports Authority. But since we were talking about, Colombo all the time here, in fact, this is the best session among, in this forum, I believe.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah, what Harry said was perfectly correct. We were always for the partnership, and we emphasized the importance of partnershiping with major shipping lines, but most of the time the trade unions, what they were so concerned about the future of Sri Lanka Ports Authority, not future of Port of Colombo. That was a mistake done by, but I wish that the present government would realize the importance and they go forward with the partnership. In fact, we are happy to see that Adani Group with China Merchant Shipping, they are doing it. That's it about Port of Colombo. But my representative is Pacific at the moment. So we, SUA, Fiji, planning to be the transshipment hub in Pacific. So, but before going for the infrastructure development, so at the moment, of course, there is a need for us to go for an integrated system. So we are planning to implement maritime single window and port community system. But the challenge is that when we make an investment all the time, we talk about the business case. So how are we going to recover? So my question is to Mr. Lakshmanan, because when we have such a system, so we have to charge for the consignees, maybe the shipping lines, but there is a protest from them that if it is, then the logistics cost going to be high. So I'm sure that you have done a very good job in India. You have implemented port community system. So my question is that how will you overcome that issue in India?
So there are two layers of systems. One is the port community system and other is the port operating system. So the port community system, or if you slightly expand it, like the maritime single window, which is a very comprehensive system, and that's a system which essentially acts as an interface for all the ports and with the trade and the shipping lines. In India, what we have done is that's a system which government has funded it. So we see that as a public infrastructure. So government has funded that so that that cost is not transferred to the trade or to the shipping lines. So that's one model of doing it. And these systems are not expensive. They are very, very, even for a country like India of our size, it's not costed much. So if you do it at a smaller scale, it's going to be it'll not be a big sum. So that's the best model, so that you are able to keep it as a public infrastructure which is funded by the state. And even if you want to put a user charge with the volume of transactions that's happening, that's going to be very, very small. I don't want to give a number, but it's very small, even if you want to charge a user fee for that.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll...
Thank you so much.
Do I have only one? Okay. Only one question. I'll give it to the lady there.
Good afternoon. My name is Minal. I'm representing Bombay Chamber of Commerce and Industry. My question pertaining to IMEC corridor connectivity which you have mentioned. So in your view, how can such initiative can create a level playing field for landlocked countries?
So I think these corridors, basically, like, the idea is like to create a, infrastructure and systems for faster movement of goods across countries. So if you look at IMEC, essentially, like, it's connecting some countries on the way, which are actually landlocked. And there are other examples also of similar corridors. The International North-South Corridor, INSTC, so which again is an initiative of India and Russia, where again many of the Central Asian countries fall on the way. Of course, all these corridors are new routes that are being, tried to be stitched together. They're all work in progress at various levels. Essentially, once these corridors become successful in terms of a proper infrastructure availability and proper integration of systems across countries, then I think the landlocked countries will also be able to move their commodities in a much faster manner. They are moving it today also, but the difference would be, for example, like if you take as simple as an example, across the IMEC corridor or even in INSTC, the rail routes are not exactly of the same size and standard. If the goods have to move, there has to be alignment of that infrastructure. Similarly, there has to be a alignment of the regulatory documentation and regulatory document exchange. And more important is trust on each other's system. That's the most fundamental thing. If you're able to achieve that, then I think the rest of the things will fall in place quicker. And another important aspect is the political alignment of countries. It's not very easy to achieve that if, in the larger, those are the things which have to be worked upon. But once those things are in place, then definitely I think landlocked countries will also equally benefit as other countries on the route.
Thank you so much. 30 seconds. Because I think we're running really late, so only 30 seconds.
Okay, this will be very quick. The idea with your question is to create seamless flows, okay? It's to maximize seamless flow of goods. So there are things that are being done. Lao PDR, they've developed a dry port at the border with Thailand. Zambia is now going to be implementing a strategy exactly to facilitate seamless flow. And the middle corridor through Europe in the Republic of Georgia, there's a dry port terminal that has been constructed in Tbilisi exactly to facilitate movements to the port seamlessly. So again, this requires connectivity and sharing of information and cooperation and collaboration.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for that. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to thank all the panelists and for their remarks, and thank you, everyone, for listening patiently to us. May I invite Indrani for the word of thanks.
And we come to the end of the Ports of the Future conference. It started out as a Quad partnership. I think we have now enlarged it to other parts of the world, and that is so encouraging. But it falls upon me to not only bring this to a close, but to thank everybody who made this possible, because we would not have been able to pull this off without the guidance, support, and help from so many quarters. I will begin with a big thank you to the Ministry of External Affairs, particularly to Suja Menon and to Nagaraj Naidu, who have been great supporters through this endeavor. The Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Mr. Lakshmanan, who's been here, it was his brainchild from the beginning, and I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Venkateshpati, JS Shipping was our support as well. And I will not omit to mention Mr. Asati, the Deputy Secretary, Ports, because he has been instrumental, as was Rachit Rawat in MEA. All the representatives from the Quad countries, thank you so much for making this journey to India and to Bombay for this conference. CDA Jorgen Andrews, Ms. Kali Partridge, and Ms. Ako Takahashi, thank you for being leaders of the delegations. Thank you to all the panelists for their valuable contributions. One of the things we enjoyed most about the conference was the fact that we learned so much in these last couple of days. We've had nominations and presence of people from 19 countries, many traveling very, very long distances. We have delegates from Palau, from Kiribati, Fiji, Tuvalu, very, very far away, South Africa. Thank you all for being here. A special thanks to Captain Abdul Muhammad Latif, the Minister of State for Transport and Civil Aviation, Maldives, for joining us today. And last and not the least, the Ananta team, who have been untiring, and you've seen them everywhere. They have populated your emails and WhatsApp groups, but they have been the engine for this conference. It would never have happened without them, and thank you all.
Hello everyone, sorry, last announcement I promise. Lunch will be served in the same venues as yesterday, so gold, platinum down the hall, silver outside to the right. The buses back to Grand Hyatt Hotel will depart at 2 p.m.